Yeah, I think for his first ever GP to be in there battling with Ricky Rossi, Marcos Uriarte, his teammate Eddie O'Shea ahead of Stefano Nepa. Yeah, that's a good day at the office for Evan Belford. He'll be frustrated, obviously, to crash out, but he gets another crack at it. He did, yeah. Had to give best in the Tremonto corner. It is always the second apex. You just drift past the first, leave a little bit of a door ajar, and Maximo Quiles decided to slip his CF Moto machine up the inside. A little bit of contact and might upset the young Aussie, but Joel will hopefully fight back here.
It's where he needs to give as good as he gets, isn't it? That's the gauntlet at his feet, isn't it? If they're going to rough you up, you've got to come back, and we have seen it this year. We saw it in the early races, didn't we? Joel said on the grid to Rachel that, you know, he feels like he's got the bike underneath him to do that. So let's hope we see a bit more of it. You've got to box clever, though, as we get to half-race distance. He is going to attack down into turn one. I like to see that. That's exactly what we've been asking for. And straight away, Kelso responds. The only drama, the only problem, and why I said box clever, is Rueda out front.
Yeah, you can't have too much back and forth because it allows Jose Antonio a little bit of breathing space. Yeah, I'm glad to see Joel fight back. It is a slight criticism we've levelled at him over the years. When you get into the last third of the race and everyone gets a little bit fired up, perhaps Joel doesn't have the sharpest of elbows, but today looks like he's ready for this.
Absolutely, and it's really good to see. The gap, though, 0.4 between Rueda and Kelso. Rueda can just sense, can't he? Maybe he can't quite hear the motorcycle behind him in the same way he has over recent laps, and you just wonder. I want to look at this lap from Rueda. Did a 140.8 on the last lap. I'm really intrigued to see what it is on this one, if he's got the hammer down and trying to brake.
Joel's got a 10th back in sector too, so he's working hard here to get across to Jose Antonio Rueda.
That's all tyre, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, using a little bit too much at this stage in the race. We're only just past the halfway point. Yeah, it's a long way to go.
Yeah, 10 down, 10.5 now, and 9.5 to go in this Moto 3 Grand Prix of San Marino and the Rimini Riviera, including the points on offer today. 175 still on the table. The gap at the front, 64. As it stands, that gap will be opening up by another 14 as Piqueras takes one of his track limits transgressions. I think Piqueras is labouring a bit here.
Yeah, it's not looked like the Angel Piqueras we've seen a week ago in Barcelona or prior to that in Hungary. He just looks like he's struggling. You can see the gap back to him and Adrian Fernandez, and he's going to work hard to get back over to these guys. But yeah, you never rule him out. Obviously, we've seen what he pulled off here a year ago, taking his first ever victory in the Moto3 category with 2 double long lap penalties. So yeah, it's not over yet, but yeah, it doesn't look easy for him today.
Needs to respond, doesn't he? Rueda did not improve on that last lap. We've had another track limits warning come up, and it's for Max Quiles. So in the front group, he needs to keep away from the green now. Eddie O'Shea has stopped with a technical issue now, I'm sorry to say. We get to that point of the season, aren't we, when I know Eddie's limited with one of his engines having a problem earlier this season. So yeah, that's unfortunate for Eddie. At the front, Rueda from Kelso, Peroni and Quiles having a little scrap. Then behind, Piqueras is working this lap, and it looks like already he's quickly got back onto them.
Yeah, it's just as we were about to write him off earlier in the lap, he's done all the hard work and he's back in this battle.
After he's hit the front, you know, Rueda's pace has slowed. It's not like he's continued. He's obviously managing things, wanting some tyre left for the end of the race, but clearly he had a limit as well, because otherwise, oh wow, that is so late, isn't it, from Quiles?
Yeah, it's a good pass, but it is dirty. It's a late one, all the way up the inside, and just had to force the issue on Peroni, and Peroni had to give best.
That is already starting to light the touch paper here, because when they start knocking lumps out of each other, it just helps. Rueda and Kelso out front.
Yeah, Quiles' track limits warning is always one of those things that now you've still 8 laps to go, you've got that hanging in the balance, and the way he rides, he typically opens the throttle early, goes to the edge of the track, so it just takes his natural rhythm away because he has to think about how he exits each turn. But it's always how he rides, up over the top edge of the curve on pretty much every occasion.
In the championship, the gap would be set at 78 after this. That'd be a 3-race cushion for Rueda, and then you're starting to think, there's a possibility of winning this title when we get to Phillip Island. You know, that's what we're looking at the moment for Jose Antonio Rueda. It's up to Angel Piqueras in 5th on the number 36 to close that gap, to prevent it from happening. Can anyone show a wheel to Rueda and make life difficult for him here? He is leading. Kelso 2nd, Quiles 3rd. Good to see him as they run down to Carbone. Perrone is 4th, 5th for Piqueras, and just clinging on, Adrian Fernandez on the Honda, having a good ride on the Leopard. But you feel like, again, he is just clinging on at the moment.
Yeah, he's working hard there.
Of course he serves it back at Quiles into Caro corner.
I love it about the young Argentine. He's definitely not intimidated in the slightest by the reputation Quiles has. He just dishes it back the very next lap.
Piqueras into the final corner there. That was all after that move. Didn't want to lose any track position. Quiles came back at Piqueras, but that's just cost them both on the exit of the final corner. And this to and froing here between Quiles and Piqueras. Got lots of form for it in the past. Just need to watch what they're doing at the moment. Good to see though, isn't it? Everyone, you know, remember there was a bit of steadiness, wasn't there, in Barcelona? This one was a lot of toing and froing. Yeah, we had a lot of tyre wear issues in Barcelona, or concerns from the riders, so perhaps they didn't go the typical Moto3 all guns blazing. It was a more considered race. Whereas today, we've certainly seen a bit of back and forth in the pack, although not too many attacks on Rueda over recent laps. It looked like from the lines that Joel Kelso wouldn't have had the greatest of drive down the straight, but I think you're right. He seems to be punching well off the corners, that MTA KTM.
Yeah, Joel certainly looks like he's got pace on certain parts of the racetrack. I think he may have something up his sleeve here for Rueda, although Perrone's got something up his sleeve for Joel. He's not contact this time, but that's the point where he has had a couple of riders down the inside already in this race.
Brilliant to watch, isn't he, Valentin Perrone? Sketchy at times, but I tell you what, on the brakes, he's a demon, and he just loves going forward. Kelso, is he going to come back at the Argentine? Quite rightly decides not to. That looked really, really tight there for Perrone on the front. I thought he was going to have a look. Rueda at the moment, he's just able to sweep through some of the corners. I reckon before too long, Perrone's going to start attacking Rueda.
Yeah, pretty sure that he will. Obviously, they are KTM stablemates, not teammates, in different teams, Tech 3 versus the AO squad. But yeah, Perrone won't be thinking about Rueda's championship today. He just wants to win his first Moto3 Grand Prix.
The moment we start to think about counting someone out in this race, they come back, and I'm just thinking of Adrian Fernandez. He's got in front of Piqueras. They are still just trying to cling on to this lead quartet. Heading out towards Rio corner, turn 4. Still Rueda from Perrone. Shoney strong into turn 10. Shoney strong into 14, Perrone. Is he able to set a move up here?
The first part of the lap certainly looks like it's Rueda territory, but certainly Perrone through Carbone, through the fast turns 12 and 13 into 14. That's a very strong part for him, as you mentioned. And this turn 10 into Tremonto, very good potential for him up the inside. I don't think he's close enough this time around.
Into Caro corner, turn 14. Action will undoubtedly happen here on the last lap. My apologies, that was into Tremonto. Action will undoubtedly happen there on the last lap.
Yeah, if last year didn't have to go by, there was certainly plenty of action there on the final lap.
Yeah, got the calculations wrong of where we were on the circuit there, but this is through turn 13 and now into turn 14. And here comes Quiles. Action on this lap, as the Mercian comes through on Joel Kelso. Kelso look over his shoulder again, just seeing where he is. Oh, a twitch from him as well.
Looked like he touched the inside curb, the front just bubbled, but yeah, saved it okay there.
Needs to look forward at this moment and see those riders in front of him. Quiles was very close to the green paint there, you know, coming out of that final corner. Pace at the front, Rueda is steadily hit 140.8 or 140.9 consistently over the last 5 or 6 laps.
Yeah, it's such a good rhythm from Rueda. It is matched and bettered on each lap by the group behind, but yeah, it looks like he can just set that lap time at will. Does look like Piqueras though struggling today. He's not looking his typical late race form that we always see him coming forward, positioning himself well. He just seems to struggle to do those lap times.
You can see the gaps again. Kelso behind Quiles. Is he lining up a pass on the brakes? Look how much ground Quiles makes up just on the brakes. I know we get the usual concertina effect in the braking zones. Braking that much later. Again, you see it down into 9 and into 10. Won't have the drive necessarily on the back straight, but he has eaten up some ground on just those 2 corners.
Yeah, you can see it from the overhead shot with Quiles, how he rolls into the turn with a lot more entry speed and claws back a little bit of the margin, but then it does compromise his exit. Although look at the draft, that's a perfect illustration of the slipstream effect. Ooh, Joel's getting a little bit wide.
Yeah, but he's attacking, isn't he? And Quiles blocks him off in there. He was winding that one up for a move. Still Rueda leads, as he has for the majority of this race so far. Piqueras at the back of this group. I'm not sure he can hack this pace anymore. 141.5 on the last lap. Side by side across the line for Rueda and Perrone now. Luca Lunetta, I'm sorry to say, has crashed out.
Sector 3, which isn't a good place to crash. It's normally a fast one there.
And it is. That is at Curvone. That's Curvone. Eesh. Oh, wow. Ooh. Oh, my goodness me. David Almanza is so lucky. That's horrific to see. Yeah, you don't want to crash like that in a race. Sorry to hark back to it, Shoya Tomizawa. That's what it makes me think of straight away in that corner. Go rest his soul in that corner, and that's just, well, thank goodness that Lunetta has walked away from that one okay, and it looked like Almanza would have been heading for the gravel.
Yeah, contact with the machine, but done well, legs off and stayed on board.
Yes. I think he has recovered, Almanza has recovered, but he's now riding alone in 14. Track limits warning for Piqueras now. He's done in this race, Michael. Is that fair for me to say, back in 6th?
Yeah, pretty sure that he's not getting back from there. The 41.5 a couple of laps ago, he did respond last time around, matched the leaders, but he's obviously used track limits to do so.
Here we go then, Perrone. Is he lining up a move here on Jose Antonio Rueda? Quiles behind. Looks like he might be. Kelso is.
Once again,
Kelso's back.
Joel, the last time around he was turning at through 13 under Quiles. Could have made the overtake then. The door was ajar this time. Nicely done. Really good to see. Now Rueda on the outside of the green paint there. So Rueda adding 1 to his tally. Is this going to get tasty, this, in the latter stages of this race when they cross the line? There are 3 to go in the San Marino Grand Prix. It's Rueda on the 99 from the 73 of Perrone. Then it's Kelso, who's having a brilliant ride here in 3rd on the 66, with Max Quiles working hard, you can see, to stick with this front trio. I was just about to say the same, Gav. Quiles is having to dig deep just to stay in this battle. He's taking liberties, he's taking risks in the front end. It doesn't look like his CF Moto machine is as strong as the other KTM. Same engine in all 4 of these bikes. It could be that it's just not fueling as good today, but it doesn't look as strong, or perhaps it's his attack on entry that's caused him to lose a little bit on acceleration. Meanwhile, Kelso still looks good. He drove the drive out of turn 6 there. He closed right in on Perrone and on Rueda. Look at Quiles having to sweep around the outside of La Quercia corner into Tramonto. Here comes Perrone. First attack, first change of the lead that we've had in this race. The gloves are off. Here we go. San Marino Grand Prix has just come into action now as Perrone takes the lead. And I could have picked Tramonto as the turn he was going to attack on. He's so good through there. But look at Kelso right the outside. Whoa! Joel Kelso there just got on the wrong part of the racetrack, didn't he? He is so fast when he gets that slipstream running. Turning brilliantly. And Rueda's going to take the lead again. Quiles comes back underneath into Perrone. So Quiles up to 3rd past Kelso. Rueda takes the lead once more. 2 laps to go, and this could go anyway. Yeah, you never ruled Quiles out. He looked like he was struggling a little bit halfway around the lap, and then he's making overtakes into turn 14. Well, Joel Kelso has proved me wrong in this race. He is riding like a man possessed today, but unfortunately he's at the back of this pack. Here we go into turn 1. Quiles attacks once more. Who said he was struggling? Because now he's briefly back into 2nd. Around the outside, Valentin Perrone, take a bow. That is brilliant. I love it. I
love it. Here comes Quiles again on him, down towards turn 4, on the brakes, but no way through on Perrone. Wow, this is brilliant stuff we are seeing. A lap and a half to go in the San Marino Grand Prix, and Valentin Perrone is making a spectacle of this one.
I love watching Perrone race. He's so aggressive, so feisty. Around the outside of Quiles at turn 2, he just leaned it over the top. He was not giving way today.
And it's on the brakes that Quiles has to do all his work. He was side by side with Kelso down towards La Quercia, but on the brakes he comes back through. Now down towards Tremonto. Rueda with Perrone just behind him, but Perrone loves that tight line. Is he able to turn underneath him? Not on this occasion. They all go line astern down towards Carboni. This is allowing Fernandez to come back in, but with the slipstream, just watch them in here. A lap and a half to go. Who's got the run down towards the tighter part of the circuit? And Perrone through at Carboni. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. And Quiles also comes through. This is crazy stuff in Moto 3. We've just got over a lap remaining. Kelso now on Perrone into Caro corner. It's Quiles who all of a sudden is leading the way. Rueda is second. Kelso is third. We've got one more lap to come. Oh, Quiles was close to the green paint. Remember, he's got a track limits warning hanging over his head, and we have got one final lap. 2.6 miles to go in this race. Who is going to run out victorious?
Quiles should not be leading this race at this point. He doesn't quite have the pace, but somehow he's got the aggression, but he's got the, oh, this is Perrone, so good into turn 2 again.
Oh, and Kelso had to give way, where Perrone hanging on the outside on the previous lap. He didn't manage to do so. Kelso takes to the inside on Perrone, though, down towards turn 4, and now Fernandez from downtown Rimini has joined the party. It's a party town of Italy, and it could be for Leopard, because suddenly Fernandez is involved, and all bets are off when Fernandez gets involved at this stage of a race. Quiles still leads him down towards La Quercia.
It is a track limits warning for Adrian Fernandez on the last lap as well, but he's come to play at the right time.
Here comes Rueda looking for a way through on Max Quiles. You're not going to pass Quiles on the brakes, are you? It's got to be down in the fast part of the circuit, down through Carboni. We've already seen one pass through there. Are more going to happen on this last lap? Here we go. Quiles from Rueda. Watch Perrone now. He will not be shy to attack into Carboni. This is where this race is going to be decided. On the run, down towards Caro corner, turn 14. So through the Carboni, Quiles from Rueda, from Perrone, still Fernandez and Kelso in there. Oh, wide. Perrone's messed it up. He's out of it. He goes wide into turn 14. And Quiles has judged that brilliantly to block off a way through for Rueda. Just 2 to go. Can Rueda come through in the final corner? We've seen it happen here. We've seen it end in disaster here over the years. Rueda attacks in the final corner. He's going to push Quiles out wide. And Jose Antonio Rueda on the run to the line. Fernandez is there too. Wow, what a finish. Jose Antonio Rueda stands up and with that takes one step towards the Moto 3 World Championship. A stunning ride here in San Marino. Max Quiles is second. Adrian Fernandez from nowhere takes third. Kelso just off the podium in fourth. Piqueras somehow fifth, with Perrone messing it up on the last lap. I need a lie down to get my breath after that one. That was incredible.
It was. Those last few laps through Carboni and through turn 12, I couldn't watch, but I was so enjoying Perrone through there. It was unfortunate for him that he didn't get to stand on the podium today. He was one of the riders of the race, so attacking, but so unfortunate. But what a ride from Rueda, able to just position things perfectly on the last lap. This is the run through Carboni, which the front end of Perrone, as he goes round the outside here, well, it gets sucked in with the slipstream and then the bubble. But yeah, that was so clever from Rueda as well. He just foxed it so well in the last turn.
Final corner. This was Jose Antonio Rueda. I need to get some oxygen. I need to go and have a lie down in a dark room for a couple of minutes. So while we do that, you take a breather. When we come back, we'll try and pick apart what just happened in Moto 3 here at Misano, where your championship leader, Jose Antonio Rueda, has just won a stunning San Marino Grand Prix.
Carroll Nash Insurance sponsors MotoGP on TNT Sports.
Beauty lives in the finest detail. The perfect pass, the weightless leap, but cannot exist without the beasts who crush, who roar. It's Poetic, brutal, majestic, relentless. From the beauty to the beasts, 10 teams chase the perfect balance. The Gallagher Pram, live on TNT Sports.
If you want to be surrounded by nature, don't end up surrounded by hotel. Get an Airbnb and go where hotels can't.
With a cooker tap, you can make delicious dishes and drinks. And making desserts is a pleasure. 100 degrees boiling, hot, cold, chilled and sparkling water. The tap that does it all, Cooker. So many choices. Find your tap on cooker.co.uk.
Yo, every day the city offers up a million beautiful moments just waiting to be captured. It's the scale, the characters. It's crazy.
It's a different place every day.
Life moves too fast. Precious moments last longer at Center Parcs.
Carroll Nash Insurance sponsors MotoGP on TNT Sports.
Welcome back to Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. It's the San Marino Rimini Riviera Grand Prix in the Parc Ferme in Moto 3. How on earth Adrian Fernandez is in that Parc Ferme, I have no idea, because we have got so much to watch back of just that last lap, never mind everything that happened before it.
Yeah, he had to work hard over the last few laps. There was the jostle and the back and forth from the lead three there as brother Raul down to congratulate. It was a clever race. Obviously, Adrian had to work hard there, and on the last lap, he was attacking. He took the opportunity that was presented to him.
Max Quiles looks disappointed. He should be proud of himself because, wow, he pulled out some moves, didn't he, on the last couple of laps. Wasn't to be. Last corner pass, and we saw one earlier in the rookies actually, but a last corner pass to win the race is one of those things. It is not easy to get right.
No, tricky turn 16, not an easy one to pull off and not run onto the green paint on the exit. But yeah, once again, Rueda able to make it happen on Quiles. So Quiles is obviously annoyed because he probably didn't expect it, but you should always anticipate it in Moto 3 action. So I think he can be proud of himself today. Hold his head high after that one. That was a quality performance throughout on a day when he didn't quite have the pace. It didn't look like he was as fast as Rueda, Kelso. Yeah, it just seemed like he was struggling a little bit, having to work really hard on the brakes.
First win since the Czech Republic for Jose Antonio Rueda. That's his 8th for the season. A really good year for Jose Antonio, of course. 78 now, the gap between himself and Piqueras. 3 races in your back pocket, Michael. He's stemmed the bleeding, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And that's a big step towards the title. Yeah,
when you've got 6 races left and you've got 50% of that already covered, that's a nice comfortable margin now for Rueda. That allows him to go into the flyway races in a much more relaxed fashion. He, as you mentioned, was bleeding a few points in recent rounds, had come down to 64, but yeah, he stretched it out nicely.
Valentin Perone going down to speak to David Munoz. So just talking to Lele, and I think they understand. He said, yeah, he was there. Alex has one of his off days in raid, Phillip Island.
Yep.
Malaysia, you know.
All four could be wet.
They are,
yeah.
you know, unpredictable at the best of times. And so, what Manuel Gonzalez is, to have something in his back pocket, to have a bit of a buffer. 25 points, great. If you've got that, you can have a race off. If you can have two of those, where you can have two no scores, then suddenly life becomes a lot easier, because you hope for no scores, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah, it just allows you the comfort blanket of another green paint. You can see a shake of the head for Senna.
I was ages not got track limits warning. I've seen about 6 on this lap.
It's coming. Yeah, he shook the head. He knew he'd made that mistake, and yeah, he will pay the penalty. You'll see it come up beside his name before too long, I would imagine.
I'm sure I've seen 3 over the last couple of laps. Oh, there it is, right on cue. Pops up, Senna just track limits warning, yeah. Jake Dixon has just fallen back behind Sasaki and Daniel Munoz. So it just shows, doesn't it, in Moto 2, you get in the pack, you might have the pace of the leaders, and he did, didn't he, in terms of practice this weekend. But you get in the pack, you get pushed wide, and your race changes.
It's difficult. Look at Barry Baltus. He's trying to come back here for Danny Holgado. He's made some serious ground on him as well. But yeah, that is the thing about Moto 2, as you mentioned. We looked at Jake's pace all weekend. Seemed like he had cracked it here. And Misano is not a track he's typically had a lot of success at. Not enjoyed it so much over the years, but it looked like he had it cracked. And bad start, bad first lap in terms of the moment at turn 5 after Canet went under him, and it's just mired him in the pack, and it is tough. He wouldn't have been expecting to be battling behind Danny Munoz and Sasaki in this race after a good weekend last weekend in Barcelona.
What's Bazar had for breakfast? Because suddenly he's closing rapidly on Holgado.
Yeah, he's taken half a second a lap out of Vietti. He's took 0.8 of a second out of Holgado. It is the super soft tyre, and somehow Baltus is able to make these tyres last, but with his riding style being ultra aggressive. He's loose, he's fast, he takes liberties, and yeah, he's making it work. What have we got? 5 laps to go. Could Barry Baltus steal this one?
There is Vietti out front, 2.3 seconds now back to Holgado. It's Holgado losing pace to Vietti, but then Baltus 6/10 quicker than Holgado. There you can see that. He was 3/10 quicker than Vietti. Probably not enough for Vietti at the moment, but who knows how the tyres go on these last few laps here.
Yeah, you would imagine the team will be able to signal Vietti and give him a warning, but yeah, it looks like at the moment Baltus has definitely got the pace over everyone.
Keep an eye on the left-hand side of Danny Holgado's tyres. Looks like maybe a bit of banding. I thought I saw some on the right of... oh, actually, no, it was left of Vietti's earlier on in the race, so that's just something for us to keep an eye on. And you can see it all bunching up here now with Gonzalez. He's clinging on, isn't he, now, in front of Aegis?
Which, yeah, the left side of the tyre doesn't get much work around here, so that would be like a cold tear banding. And it's surprising to say cold tear when we've got 26 degrees of ambient, probably high 30s on the track, but it can happen.
Oh, well, let's have a see. Try and keep a close eye on them. On board here with Gonzalez looking at Senna Aegis. And he looks like he's losing time here to Aegis, doesn't he? Gonzalez, he was half a second slower than his teammate on that previous lap. Baltus is on Holgado.
He took 0.9 out of Vietti as well. This isn't over. 2.5 seconds. He's took a full second out of the leader here.
Here we go.
Yeah, look at the left side.
Baltus, who has never won a Grand Prix before, just turns underneath him.
Yeah, you can see the left side of Holgado's tyre on that camera from Baltus bike. It just looks like it's completely tore on the left shoulder. So yeah, he's got no grip, no turning. That will hurt him so much in these last few laps.
And I'm sure I'd seen that for Vietti earlier as well. Now, Gonzalez is now behind Moreira, so it's all changed all of a sudden. This race is not done, ladies and gentlemen. 3.5 laps to go, and Barry Baltus has got 2.5 seconds to Vietti in front. He took 9/10 out of him on the last lap. 2.6, right, divided by 3 laps and 0.9 a lap. That is crossing the line, and Baltus is alongside him.
Yeah, I love it.
Or in front of him, even. Here we go. This is crunch time in this race.
I said earlier in the race that tyre drop, oh look, boys jumping the curb as they enter it, that tyre degradation wasn't going to be an issue here, but I didn't count on tyre banding from a cold left side, and that's where Barry actually being bigger, being a little bit more aggressive with it, it will work it and keep it in that temperature range.
And Senna Aegis, you know, of the front lot, he's one of the fastest at the moment. He's also coming forward, and Gonzalez just cannot.
Yeah, it just looked like he could not turn it in, whether that's a front tyre for him, giving him some issues.
But just riding around the outside of him there, Moreira in the left-hand side. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there with Gonzalez, but Vietti now, he needs to respond here. He did on that last lap.
Yeah, he's responded. He's up the ante in the middle 2 sectors. I think he's got the signal on his pit board.
Just look at his rear tyre, though.
There's some
Can't see the marking.
Yeah.
So what has Baltas got here on that number 7? He's had second places in Spain, in France. He had a second in Germany, a second in the Czech Republic. Is it going to be another second to add to his collection? Or is there possibly a chance that Barry Baltas could win his first race? Behind, Senna Aegis is sniffing the podium, as is Diogo Moreira. Because Daniel Gardo is coming back to them at a rate of knots.
I just think it's a stretch too far for Baltas at the moment. He needs Vietti to drop even more.
Well, he's taken 3/10 out of him in the first half of the lap. We'll keep a close eye on that. It's going to be the last couple of corners, perhaps, that might cost Celestino Vietti. We will see. All the third sector is all right-hand, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's when we get into those 2 left-handers of 15 and 16.
Yeah, sector 4 hurts. Obviously sector 1 as well as you exit turn 6 onto the middle straight.
And this is it for Aegis and Moreira. Here we go then. 2 laps remaining for Celestino Vietti. What's the gap across the line? 4/10 out of him. You think he's got enough of a buffer here. The gap down to 1.9.
He's got the bit between his teeth here, Barry Baltas. He can just see Celestino coming back towards him.
And you also feel like Barry is pushing in every corner, don't you? Like, he almost goes, right, I'm just going to go for this one. If I end up, he's sideways down into turn 4. But you almost wonder if overriding that little bit, knowing that he can close the gap. 2/10 in the first sector.
Yeah, he's throwing the kitchen sink at it.
Good
Once
lad.
you get it under a second, although he's only got a lap and a half remaining, he just needs another lap or 2.
You can just see that trophy in front of him in the front on the move down into La Quercia corner. Oh, this would be a miraculous victory if he were to do it from here. Celestino Vietti just has to manage it. Another 3/10 in that second sector. Senna Aegis, how's he gone back to Manuel Gonzalez? What's happened there for Aegis? There's been a big moment. I think him and Moreira might have come together here.
Yeah, that's a big old drop in time for Senna on that lap. So, yeah, some issue somewhere.
He's just lost like 2 seconds all of a sudden. Oh, he's got out off on the high part of the curb and he couldn't get it stopped. That was on the curb.
Yeah. Yeah, tricky into there. We've seen it. Catch riders out in the past. Raul Fernandez in Moto 2. His championship winning crash potentially, was.
Vietti in the third sector has stretched it. I wonder if Baltas pushing. He needs to focus his pushing on the left-handers, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Here comes Gonzalez on Senna Aegis. Don't come together, you two. Senna has got a track limits warning hanging over his head. Gonzalez turns underneath him. They are side by side across the line. Diogo Moreira, meanwhile, is hunting down Daniel Gardo. That gap's down to 0.9. What a turnaround in fortunes, and here comes Baltas. Celestino Vietti soon will be able to see the big Belgian behind him.
I think last lap time, it's good. He's throwing everything at it here. He's going for it. He's going to get it under a second now in the next sector, but yeah, he just needs probably another lap, maybe 2.
Yeah, not going to quite happen unless there's a moment there. Vietti down into La Quercia corner. Looks a little bit sketchy. Is it going to be enough for Barry? He's getting closer all the time, and he's got a marker now. Got the bit between his teeth. It's down to 0.8 of a second. His front's on the move and bobbling in every single corner. It's going to be maybe about 3 corners too few for Barry Baltas. Or is there a chance in the last couple of left-handers? It couldn't be, could it? Vietti on the limiter, through Curbone. Baltas closing all the time, in every single corner. He's got the marker, it's win-or-bin stuff here for Barry Baltas. The left-handers could cost him this race here. Celestino Vietti just has to be safe through, and then he is going to take back-to-back wins here in San Marino at Misano. It's just too little too late for Barry Baltas. Vietti safely through that final corner, and Celestino Vietti bum in the air as he celebrates victory here. Barry Baltas a brilliant ride into second place, but I bet Luca Moscoscaro was nervous towards the end. Daniel Gardo hangs on for third. Moreira is fourth. Aegis is fifth, pushing Gonzalez back into sixth place. Marco Bezzecchi has the momentum, Marquez has the muscle. Who takes control in Misano?
Well, obviously the start's going to be important, as we saw yesterday. We saw with Marco starting from pole position. He's going to want to get out front. We heard team manager Paolo Bonoras, when we spoke to him earlier, saying that the first part of the race is so important, then a little bit of tyre management might come into it. So I just want to know what tyres everyone's on. I know that sounds a bit boring, but we should be getting the tyre sheet through at any moment now.
Literally just come through now. Soft rears for only 2 riders. That is Agora and Chandra. They went out in that in the morning. Everyone on the front medium, but Marc Marquez made it. Not
wide
at the apex,
yeah.
Bezzecchi, but it's not even, the door's not open enough for anyone to try and come through.
No, it's a narrow track, so you have to be really precise. But you're right there, Gav. You make a mistake, but there's no way to pass. There's only a few spots, really. We saw Mark really pick Bezzecchi's pocket yesterday in a place you don't normally pass.
And again, Bezzecchi turning early. Oh, a moment for Bezzecchi. This couldn't see him under attack here, down to Caro corner. Here we go, turn 13, next corner is Caro. It's not going to be on this occasion.
Though, you see, he doesn't allow himself to be passed because he just turns in so early, then has no corner speed. Mark nearly runs into the back of him, but can't ride through him. and then it's a slight yo-yo effect.
Just to go back to Jorge Martin, of course, with all the bike change situations, changeable conditions and all the jiggery-pokery went on early on in the year in Kota, that's where that new rule came into play. At the front, his teammate, Marco Bezzecchi, leading Marc Marquez, who's right on the rear wheel. Yesterday, there was a worry about tyre pressures. Here we go again. Marquez right in the rear, but couldn't hook up enough to get the drive down into turn 4. Look at the shapes.
Is he going to try it here where he did before? This is what he did yesterday. It's a risky one. It's risky. Oh! That was, he had a half a look there. Normally, because he backed out of it, normally that's when it goes wrong, because you clip the back of the person in front. Meanwhile, Alex Marquez is fancying a bit of this. Yeah, he's the fastest rider on track. Marc Marquez, desperate, isn't he, to get through. 2 jump starts for us. 2 Yamahas. Alex Rins on the inline 4, Augusto Fernandez on the V4. Double long lap penalty for those jump starters. Out of Tramonto they go. That's turn 10. And down to the fastest part of the circuit, one of the fastest corners in MotoGP, the Curvone, 5th gear, flat out in 5th. Absolutely beautiful to watch them through there. Yeah, and it's, do you know what, it's one of those corners, you rarely get it right, but when you do, it feels good.
It feels like this is the same as yesterday, Neil. Marc Marquez is just giving himself a bit of room now behind Marco Bezzecchi, as we saw early on. Marc Marquez, a bit of a head scratcher, on board with Pedro Acosta, looking at the rear of Frankie Morbidelli's bike. Tightens up here, turn 4, into 5, then the fast left of turn 6, attacking onto the middle straight here. No long straights here at this circuit. As we ride with a car.
Wow!
Look at that from Pedro.
That's impressive.
And look at Morbidelli, as always, will lay the bike on top of you if you try and pass him on the inside. He thought he was going to come back at him into turn 9, but Pedro had that covered.
Yeah, Pedro was so fast there, didn't give him an opportunity, but Morbidelli put himself in the right position, got on the inside, and if Pedro had been slightly slack in the braking zone, he'd have dived back underneath him.
On board with Pedro Acosta. At the front top left, you can see Bezzecchi, the lead he's got over the Marquez brothers. It's Fabio Quartararo who's ahead of Pedro here. And again, with the medium tyre on in race trim, this is where perhaps going to see the best we've seen of Pedro this weekend.
One thing about this place, on a Sunday, full race distance, 27 laps, round here is long. It is so tight and twisted.
Have you seen on the front left of his front tyre, one of the shields, the shrouds they have, deflectors on his front tyre, whether it's been knocked, whether, I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but that's come loose for Marco Bezzecchi. And now I really hope that doesn't become a problem for him. You don't want something flapping about around your brake system at the front.
No, you don't.
I mean, that's stating the obvious, but...
Is Fabio Quartararo is hard to pass in a braking zone, isn't he? He's so late on the brakes.
Ayagura's crashed out, and now Maverick Vinales has crashed out. So Vinales out from 17th place.
Yeah, the KTMs have struggled a bit this weekend. As we can see, Pedro's having a good weekend, but the other ones have been struggling.
In the fast corner, the Yamaha turns better than that KTM. At the front, Marc Marquez has just clawed the gap back by a 10th on this lap. Pedro is a demon on the brakes. That actually is one of Fabio Quartararo's strong suits, so this should be a good tussle.
Yeah, well, it's had to be, hasn't it, really, when you've been on a Yamaha all this time. I love his riding style. He's so neat and tidy, is Fabio.
At the front, 1, 2, 3, Bezzecchi, Marc and Alex Marquez. Then it's 4th place is the battle we're seeing here, with Quartararo in front on the Yamaha. Pedro Acosta we ride on board with on 37 of the orange KTM.
I love this shot. Pedro's obviously nearly got his shoulder down everywhere. He's nearly got his helmet on the ground. He's like, his riding style is so exaggerated.
It's extreme, isn't it?
It's extreme. It's obviously very new school, hanging off as much as he possibly can. Here we go, look at the speed of this. Fastest bike versus slowest bike. And for Fabio, he's trying to tough it out.
He's levelled him on this occasion, though, hasn't he?
Has he got back underneath him? Is he going to appear?
No, I just thought then it felt like it, didn't it, that Pedro had done it right and put the block pass in perfectly.
Yeah, like you said, levelled him. Didn't really have to outbrake him. The work was done by the engine. Simple as that, and that's what, as we know, we've talked about it many a times, that's why Yamaha right now have a V4.
Didn't it? It's battling Augusto Fernandez after taking one of his double long lap penalties. He's still riding around ahead of Sonkiat Chantra on the LCR Honda.
So my reading of this race so far at the front is Mark's had a push. He wanted to get in the lead. Now he's trying to click some laps off. Sit back half a second so you're not overheating that front tyre. Let's lose a little bit of grip. Let's get it so the rider can make the difference. And I feel like he's let the race come to him now.
It's been the tale of this year, hasn't it? Whenever he's had someone in front, whether it be his brother, and on many occasions people said, oh, you know, Mark's just letting his brother win, or what have you, or Alex is
letting his brother win.
Alex is letting his brother win, and you know, last time when Alex beats him, then it's, well, Mark let him win, he didn't attack. But usually what it is Mark knows in the last few laps I'm going to be stronger, so I'll just save myself. Go past later on in the race.
I tell you what, it's nice to see the crowds backing Misano. Ever since Valentino retired, obviously this place took a huge hit, as did Mugello, but record crowds this weekend. The atmosphere in and around town is fantastic. It's going to be a nightmare getting out tonight, I must say. It's chaos. We queued for quite a while getting in, but I'll tell you what, when there's an atmosphere like this, I mean, we've had 2 cracking races so far, and this is just simmering away nicely.
It is, and Marc Marquez has made up some ground as well on Bezzecchi on this lap. Still Bezzecchi leads with that wooden leg, shall we say, helmet design. Celebrated his victory in the sprint, waving around a wooden leg.
That went wrong. A moment to remember for the Bezzecchi family.
Personal best lap for Marc Marquez on that last lap, just a 10th quicker than Bez. Oh, Pedro Costa's got a problem, punches his bike. From 4th place, had actually made brilliant progress from the 3rd row of the grid. And I am sorry to say that Pedro's going to have to roll out this one.
Is his ride-out device down? Yeah.
I'm bored of saying it.
I am.
Yeah. When are they going?
Yeah, well,
a year and a half we've got still.
Well, yeah, a year and a quarter, let's say.
Of course, after this race, we still have 6 to go in the championship.
We know what we know what Pedro thinks of the ride-out device. Yeah, but imagine though, all the effort you put in and the risk, and then your ride-out device doesn't disengage.
And they're not like electronic parts or anything like that. They're little mechanical parts that easily can go wrong. It's just boring. Anyway, Marco Bezzecchi, I'm sorry to be so down on it, but my ride-out device just got up. It just went down as I did that. Hey, it's the chain. It's the chain. That happened to Brad Binder yesterday.
Oh, so his chain's come off, but it's probably the ride-out device
because it's
engaged, and then he's not been able to disengage it because he's not braked hard enough. I love ride-out devices, there's nothing wrong with them. Ban chains! What's going on with them?
What's wrong with drive shafts?
Hey?
Yeah, here we go.
Hey, at the front though, Bezecchi's responded. So Marquez set his fastest lap on the previous lap. Bezecchi's just set the fastest lap of the race.
They could just see that little win.
Oh, Bagnaia.
Someone get this man an ice cream, because I tell you what, he's not having a fun day out at the beach, or a fun weekend out, should I say. He's crashed out of this race.
Yeah.
And
looked pretty wide there, didn't he?
Someone go and put their arm around him. He needs it more than ever. Down at Tremonto.
Do you know, I said it earlier this weekend, didn't I? About he's complaining about the bike, but he's not crashing much. I almost feel like I need to see him crash to prove a point. I know that sounds really crude.
Yeah. No, I know.
Because sometimes the sensation is, oh, this feels like the limit, it feels like the limit. If you push a bit harder, actually, you find time and the feeling doesn't change much. But I know, again, it'll sound strange. It's not a bad thing, him crashing. It's just, it helps underline his issues.
He is not a crasher, Pecco Bagnaia.
No.
We've learned that over the last few years. So Bagnaia, unfortunately, crashes out of the race. That got time. Marc Marquez has found a little bit of pace here. He's continuing in the 1:31.5. Bez did a 1:31.7, so 3/10 slower than that lap he just pushed on moments ago. Yeah, so that's only Bagnaia's 7th crash of the whole year.
Yeah, I tell you what, you can see what Bez is doing though. He's doing the ultimate, just getting it stopped in the corner. You can't pass around here if you're precise. You don't really miss an apex like you did there. He's missed that a little bit, Bezecchi.
You know what it reminds me of? They're both here this weekend. Laguna Seca, 2010, Valentino Rossi, Casey Stoner.
Look at that. And we just turned in early, then stopped in the corner. Mark runs into the back of him, accelerate away. And then if you Mark, you have to be careful you don't get frustrated, but you've got to be patient. You have to wait for a mistake.
Another crasher, Alex Rins.
You know, had 115 Grand Prix wins, and that would have to be in his top 3. It was that good. To win when you're so much slower than the guy you've beaten in a battle, that takes some talent.
Bezecchi isn't.
Here we go. This could be a chance. No.
He's not that much slower here, is he? But Marquez is going to be stronger.
Bezecchi on the brakes, though. Yeah, I tell you what, plaudits to Aprilia. Their weak area was stop-and-go tracks. The bike was always a bit unstable on the brakes. It still looks like it's dancing around more than the Ducati.
It was always stable in the fast corners,
yeah,
wasn't it? And it's almost like with what happened in Barcelona, where they weren't competitive on a track they've been one of the strongest at. They're changing the DNA of that bike a little bit, changing its strong suits. This was I know it's closest to Bologna, but it's a home race for Aprilia too. But Ducati have dominated here over the years. And yet, Bezecchi won the sprint yesterday, and we are getting towards the half-race distance here, and still Bezecchi leads the way.
Mark waits for a mistake, but the way Bezecchi's riding, we saw him in the sprint race make some mistakes early on, then he settled down. He's fully settled into his routine, his rhythm.
Mark's coming again, getting closer and closer now. Do you know, lining up a move down towards turn 4 here.
Yeah, which you...
Or into 6 again, perhaps?
I think 6 is the opportunity, which is coming up. This is 4. He's going to go into 5. I think you're right. This is it. Get ready. He's going to do steal the line. Oh, no, not close enough.
See his rear.
Well, he lost the rear, didn't he? Because he was trying to squirt to get in there.
Bezecchi's crumbled. What I'm saying is, Bezecchi knowing I have to break late, I'm going to have to keep him at bay.
Listen to the crowd cheering. They're really cheering Mark as he's got into the lead. Yeah. They weren't cheers, weren't they, Gav?
I couldn't hear. I actually had my effects mic turned down a little bit. Yeah, he won't be a popular winner. I'll guarantee you that much. Here it goes again from the helicopter.
Oh, I felt like we've taught Bezecchi into that mistake because he's been so good on the brakes. The lap before looked like the absolute limit, and I think he's tried to just get another yard on the brakes, and he's paid the price. Marquez, I've never seen him look so slow around that corner.
Around the fast left-hander.
Hang on, he looked almost like when I do my media laps. He didn't quite get his knee down, turn 15. That's where obviously he crashed yesterday, having just got the lead. He didn't want to make the same mistake.
Yeah, I noticed you were going around the paddock showing off your knee sliders have been scuffed this weekend. Unfortunately, it was Sylvain that did it.
Not. Oh, there you go.
Sorry, Bastianini, my apologies. Down into Caro corner. I mean, they had a handbrake on these bikes, they'd be using it in that corner, getting it stopped.
Yeah, it's so tight.
Right, so they are dropping like flies. Samkat Chantra's into the points. Johan Zarco's had a crash and he's about to be in 16th.
Yeah, Martin's going to in 13th, having done a double long lap penalty. It's one of those, but we've seen it before around here. That's the nature of all the trail braking into these really tight corners. We've said it before. This track was designed to go the other way. That is a fact. I know it's basically back in 2007, they switched it the other way for safety reasons. They couldn't change it. And wash out the front, as we've seen.
Now that Mark is at front, the gap is still only at 0.5. After yesterday, my feeling is Mark it won't be necessarily hammer down straight away. It will be just impose my natural rhythm. I'm not saying he pushed. He said he did nothing wrong, and you sort of believe him, the way things have gone this year. But yesterday will just be, I'm not getting ahead of myself.
Exactly, that's what I think you've banged on there, Gav. He's not going to take too much risk. He's going to have maximum concentration and just try and get a bit of a rhythm. As for Bagnaia, do you know what I'd be doing generally? I mean this, I wouldn't be going back. Mark's really wide there, yeah.
Really wide. You see the line that he's left. So we say no risks, but he's taken a similar kind of line to what Bez did. Unfortunately, Bez followed him.
Yeah, which is quite common, because you get into the braking zone and it's quite easy. A lot of the times when you're in a race situation, you use the person as a marker in front of you, and then if they go wide, you go wide, you get pulled in a little bit.
Yeah,
the pass.
He's obviously getting warnings from the front. That is the limit, that is the limit.
You're back to Bagnaia. I'd be just going to get changed. Do you know what I mean? As in, coming back in, the cameras are around. I'd be just get out the bike, get changed, say, look, I'm coming in, I'll be in a bit. Let's get this race finished.
Go and have a...
Literally.
Go and have a spritz, an Aperol spritz, and forget about everything that's happening at the moment in MotoGP.
The only positive thing that I can take from it was there've been signs that Bagnaia has been a bit better this weekend, and there is a massive test tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's the first time all the manufacturers will be experimenting with some of their 2026 ideas.
And for the VR46 team, having a good weekend actually, Frankie.
Yeah, was it Friday he topped the session?
Topped the session on Friday, fourth yesterday, and good to see. He's not home circuit as such, as he's a Roman, but moved over here at a young age when really Valentino Rossi became a father figure for him and took him under his wing.
Yep, his exact words were that. Saved his career. Frankie lost his dad when he was young, so yeah, fair play to Valentino. Obviously, Valentino Rossi is responsible for a lot of riders' careers, but you'd have to say Morbidelli's like what he's helped probably the most.
Yeah, he probably won't want to call himself a father figure, more of an uncle. He's not that much older. Track limits warning has just come up for the race leader, Marc Marquez. So that means he has been on the green paint 3 times in this race. Wonder where that's been.
Could be out the last corner. I've seen him close to that, and that's an easy one to touch.
And Marco Bezzecchi's coming back at him.
Yeah, and Marco Bezzecchi looks comfortable now.
And Marc Marquez doesn't.
Yeah, you can see all of a sudden that Ducati underneath Marc doesn't look like it's turning quite as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's in Curvone, because that's one of the corners that Marc's been struggling at this weekend, hasn't he, to get it, you know, get it stopped and flying.
It was slightly wide again, then down to turn 8. I'm being picky, but that's the nature of this really narrow track.
There's Quartararo now under pressure from in Misano. 32.2 for Marc Marquez on that last lap. He is slower than Marco Bezzecchi, than Marquez, Alex Marquez, than Frankie Morbidelli, slower than Aldeguer, Marini. Marc Marquez looks like he's struggling.
He's definitely struggling. Look how the bike's not, well, his bike's not turning, or the Aprilia is. And the reality is, nothing's changed on the Aprilia. It's that Ducati. I don't know if his front tyres overheating a little bit, sometimes can affect the turning.
Marc Marquez has to manage this one now.
You always know when a rider is comfortable behind if they can hold tighter lines everywhere, and that's essentially what's happening now. And if you're Bezzecchi, I wouldn't panic at this point. No. Still 11 laps to go. You don't have to rush this.
This is where Marc was struggling on occasion. Well, he always has done around here, but now he knows through there, as he has that same track limits warning that's come up for Fabio Di Gianantonio. Right, so you're Marco Bezzecchi, you want to get through on Marc Marquez. You, of course, say to be patient, but where are you starting to do the calculations that come up in your mind of where you're going to get through on the man who was won at 10 races this year?
Yeah, definitely. It would. Turn 14, so it'll be after all those fast right-hand corners that we were just on board with Marco Bezzecchi.
Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi. Ducati versus Aprilia. Which Italian bike is going to be celebrating on the beach for the party later this evening?
Tell you what, I'm getting flashbacks to Assen. This has got shades of Assen, where Marquez did the double, but he wasn't the fastest. If you remember the sprint race, he had his brother behind him, but he rode clever and defensive.
Bezzecchi was fast on that day as well.
Exactly. In the main race, Bezzecchi was really fast, wasn't he? And could not get past Marc. I feel like Marco Bezzecchi's got more though. I feel like Marco Bezzecchi, I think the Aprilia's working slightly better. Oh, slight mistake. They're on the edge.
Yeah, you
Just to
mustn't
remind
forget
you.
that. You mustn't forget that they are on the absolute limit in every corner. Mark said yesterday, the medium, there is no drop. And actually, Mark has suddenly put his fastest lap in a while, a 31.7 nil from Marc Marquez on that last lap, where he's been in a 32.2 a couple of laps ago. So he has responded himself here. He said you can push 100% throughout the race on the medium tyre. So this is just intriguing.
Yeah, it's hard to call, isn't it, to be honest?
Luca Marini there, we've just seen getting past Fabio Quartararo. I expected more from Marini, but at the start he lost a couple of positions, and so it was always going to be a fight back. We've got 5 Ducatis in the top 6 now. Only Marco Bezzecchi, sole non-Ducati runner in that top 6. The other Ducati, of course, is Pecco Bagnaia, which is back in the garage. Oh, now track limits coming up for Marco Bezzecchi. Well, that's it, one thing he didn't want. Again, I haven't seen where that is.
Yeah, like I say, the two obvious ones are the last corner and Cavoni, the fastest corner. Do you know what's really hard about Cavoni? It's that fast, and your head's so far low down on the inside as you're trying to go through into a 12 and 13 that that's one of those parts of the track where it's hard to feel the edge of the track.
Wherever you see the green paint, okay, that's considered a track limit. All the blue paint, the beautiful Aldo Druidi design around the circuit, that's okay. It's the green paint at the track limits. There's some more in this part of the racetrack when they exit Tramonto. Just have a look on the outside of the circuit here. Marc Marquez got that just perfect.
Yeah,
there though, very easy to transgress. Maybe
at the end of the curve, it's not necessarily like to the edge. It's more. It's one of the things the riders have complained a bit about over the years, saying, "Oh, can you be a bit more generous at the end of the curbs, just to give us that little bit more space?"
So that's something that Bez has to play with in his mind. He's recovered though on this lap, brought the gap back down. That's where Marquez crashed yesterday in the sprint race. Different story in this full San Marino Rimini Riviera Grand Prix. 27 laps, we've had 20, 7 to go.
Tell you what, we're digging in now on lap times. All of a sudden, from Mark doing, like you said, 32s, he's now down to 31.5s, but Bez is going with him.
He's not breaking him, is he? I wish they could just show lap 17 and lap 16, because they were 32s. Just show how things have changed. It's almost like Mark was not playing with Bez, but giving himself a breather, giving his tyres a bit of a break. He wasn't able to run this pace a few laps ago. It just didn't look right, did it?
No, not at all. And now it does look right.
Turning.
That was perfect.
You know, you talked about finishing off corners. Well, he finished that one off beautifully.
Yeah, but he was able to stand it up early. That's obviously one of his real strong points.
So was that part, is this, how would you read it? Is that just been that he's just making sure he's got some tyre left? Look how many people have got track limits warning.
Yeah.
That warning triangle on the left-hand tower. That means that you are running the risk of getting... and the penalty for 5 transgressions of the track limits in a race is a long lap penalty, which will add about 3 seconds to your time. Ooh, close for Bezzecchi on the outside there, between 15 and 16.
Yeah, Bez has started running wider lines. He lost a bit of time on this lap as Bezzecchi, and you know why? It looked fast, it looked impressive. How? Marc Marquez has just done a fastest lap of the race, a 31.3. This is it. It's all out there now. Can Bezzecchi stay with him? It's that 0.4 of a second. This is a big lap now. You know it's going to be one more big push from Marc. Try and break the spirit of Marco Bezzecchi.
About 6 laps ago, Marc Marquez did a 32.2, 1 minute 32.2. He's just gone 9/10 quicker to set the fastest lap of this race. At this stage, how? As in, it must have been dosing it out earlier, he must have.
What was interesting though, because obviously we saw the majority of the lap, he was holding it tight, picking the bike up early. At no point did it look sketchy, it looked weird, not too much lean angle on exit. The opposite. It's like when Mark decides to ride the Ducati out, it's designed to be ridden, and he gets the most out of it, he's almost unbeatable. Sometimes he forgets and turns into riding it a little bit like a Honda and pushing it a bit too hard, too much corner entry speed, sacrifices his exit.
Yeah, you said that all year, but he just looks smoother than ever before, doesn't he, Marc Marquez? He's out front, but Bez is keeping him honest. He's been impressive today. He's been impressive yesterday. And let's hope he's got something here, something to challenge the man who's going to take the MotoGP title this year.
Yeah, there is no quit in Marco Bezzecchi. Again, Marquez stood it up nice and early, fires it out. And it's another very fast lap time, just a 10th off the fastest lap of the race.
And they have almost got identical lap times. Bez was quicker by 100th of a second on that lap. And now a track limits warning for Morbidelli. Of the top 6, 5 of them have got track limits warnings. Just Alex Marquez, the only one clear of that danger.
It's been a lonely race for Alex Marquez back there, wasn't it, in third. Didn't quite have the pace of these two, but he's faster than Morbidelli behind him.
He, of course, won last time out in Barcelona, and that ended Mark's run of 7 wins in a row. Is he going to get back to winning ways today? A bit wider there for Marc Marquez. He finished off the corner again well. Massimo Rivola in your box top left. Team principal at Aprilia. They've transformed their fortune since he came to that factory farm. Formula One, you know, there was a moment then, wasn't there, on the exit from Tremonto there for Bezzecchi. Didn't quite hook up, and I think that was to do with the track limits there, trying to finish off the corner, making sure that he didn't run too wide.
Yeah, this is a big lap, this one. Stretched a little bit, hasn't it? Not much, maybe by a couple of tenths. But then as you go over, you look at your pit board, you'll see L4, 4 laps to go. And if they give him 0.6, you know it's like, and you're talking to yourself, you're like, one more real clean, perfect lap, and I'll be up to 0.8. And then in your head, you've sort of got it. It's done.
Of course, there's always what happened yesterday when suddenly you get no warning and you're down. Another track limits warning has come up, Neil, for Alex Marquez now. So all of the top 6 have got that warning light flashing away on their dashboards.
Bez got that part of the track then, turns 4 and 5 then so well. He will have closed in through that split. Yeah, he has. It's closed in by 0.2. It's not done. I feel like Bez, it could be win or crash.
Why not?
When I say he's nowhere in the championship, he's obviously you always want to finish, but he's at home. He wants to win the San Marino Grand Prix.
Look, if he takes second today, he's only 8 points behind his mate Pecco Bagnaia. If he wins, he's only 3 points behind Bagnaia, and their battle for third place in the championship. That would be huge for him, huge for Aprilia. That would be a crowning moment for them. Who's your rider of the race then? QR code, bottom right of your screen. Who would you be going with at this stage of the race?
Bez is closing.
Bez is closing.
Bez is on him.
Yeah, this is the battle. Morbidelli did Gian Antonio 4th and 5th. But Bez has come back on this lap. He's down to 0.3 of a second. But can he get through? Has he had a couple of laps off to give his front tyre a breather? Has he got a lunge ahead of him? Marc Marquez being given pretty much the correct gap over the line.
Wow.
But it's even smaller than that. It's 0.3 of a second, because Marco Bezzecchi has just responded with the fastest lap of the race so far. Here we go.
Yeah, Bez has had a chat with himself, and it's like, do you know what, sometimes you just got to go all in, and it's like, there's 3 laps to go. Literally 99.9% of this crowd wants him to win, and he's feeding off that energy.
He's chucking everything. Kitchen sink, wooden legs, the lot. Marco Bezzecchi wants to take victory here at home. He's from Rimini, just about 10k away up the coast. And he wants to prove to friends, family, and that crowd there, that huge crowd on the hill at La Quercia, that he has the measure of Marc Marquez here today. This would be the race of his life if he were to win today.
You're not wrong, and he knows that. And it's a out being precise. When you say throw everything at it, well, what does that mean? You have to, if you want to catch this man, you have to now risk more. You have to brake a bit later. Trail brake into the apex a little bit more. Hold your breath. Hope that front tyre sticks. If not, you're going to finish second.
There is Marco Bezzecchi on the 72. In front of the Aprilia grandstand here when he comes through turn 15. One more corner to go. And when we cross the finish line, 2 laps remaining in this race. It's been one that has just bubbled away beautifully. There's been a switch in the lead.
No way. Another fastest lap of the race. This time the respond from Marc Marquez at 31.2.
The reason I was shocked is it came up as a 129 on our screens. I'm like, that's impossible. It must have been a shortcut that we haven't seen. But a 131.2, another fastest lap of the race in response. They are trading fast laps here. Incredible, incredible what we're witnessing here. 2 riders at the top of their game, and we still don't know which way it's going to go. We still know that one slight mistake, one miss of a braking marker, and that could be the race decided right there and then.
Yeah, they're on a knife edge right now. To be setting those lap times at this point in the race. Oh.
90,000 fans here at Misano. I thought the track limit here that used to have an attendance, it used to be only allowed 60,000 in. Well, 90,000 have got in. Michael said earlier, I think they tunnel somewhere under the crowd to bring more people in. There's a lot of people who haven't paid, I'm sure. Yeah. It was heaving in the paddock early on, and they are all winning. Bezzecchi on from behind. Marc Marquez is still pushing, setting fast laps with 3 to go, and now Bezzecchi in every braking zone. They're all risking everything to win out in this one.
Do you know what it is? So the first half of the lap, Marquez has an advantage, and it's not much, but that last part, the most important part of the track, that's where Bezzecchi is way faster. If he's even slightly close enough, he's going to let the brake off into turn 14.
Personal best lap for Marco Bezzecchi. He was a 10th quicker, but he needs that again here. He needs to respond to Marc Marquez as we go through our final 2.5 miles of Misano. Out through 3, down towards turn 4. Horrible, horrible corner.
Oh, the front of Marks was hopping and skipping as he tipped in.
Every single corner counts now as we tip through turn 6, fire it onto the middle straight. Not close enough for Bezzecchi to have a go here, but does Marc Marquez ride defensively as we come down to La Quercia? Half a lap remaining. Marc Marquez,
he's closing.
He's desperate to do it to make amends for yesterday. Gets it stood up on the exit from La Quercia, and still not offering Bezzecchi a chance. But this is now where Bezzecchi has to make it count. Out of Tremonto, this is the sector he is stronger.
Yeah, don't think he's going to be close enough, unfortunately. We wanted to see a pass. I thought it might be possible.
Any track limits mistake, though, here from Marc Marquez or Marco Bezzecchi. They win it in half a second of each other, and it would be penalised. Through 13, up towards turn 14. The Caro corner, just 2 left-handers to go. One that caught out Marc Marquez yesterday, and one final corner. Here we go, 15 it is, safely negotiated. Marc Marquez is going to stick it to the fans here in Misano, and where he crashed out yesterday, he regains his authority in the main race at the San Marino Grand Prix. Brilliant race. Marc Marquez wins. Marco Bezzecchi superb on the Aprilia to take second. Alex Marquez will come home in 3rd place for Team Gresini Ducati. VR46, 4th and 5th with Morbidelli and Di Gian Antonio. The tennis star Lorenzo